and a very warm welcome to the Sleepy Club Outdoor. This is a gentle sanctuary, a place where we embrace quiet knowledge, while slowly drifting toward the soft embrace of sleep. Here, our thoughtful stories share the wonders of existence, guiding your mind into rest without effort or hurry, and without the noise of the world. Before we begin this journey, I would love to hear where in the world you are listening from tonight, and what time the clock shows in your corner of the earth, whether you are wrapped in heavy blankets as the night grows deeper, or watching the sky soften with the first light of early morning. You are cherished and very welcome here. Tonight's story takes us on a slow and curious journey through the hidden and whispering landscape of the fungal kingdom. We will explore the magnificent network that works in silent harmony beneath the forest floor, the intricate dance of the earth's great recyclers, and the quiet wisdom of the beings that bridge the beginning and the end of life. As you listen to these words, allow your shoulders to relax, your jaw to soften, and your breath to deepen into its natural rhythm. There is nothing you need to remember tonight, and nothing you need to understand perfectly. Simply let the ideas pass by gently, like soft spores drifting across a moonlit forest or dive. If you find comfort in these slow and thoughtful journeys, you are always welcome to like this video and subscribe to the Sleepy Club. It helps this calm little space grow, guiding others to find a peaceful place to rest and heal as well. Now, settle comfortably into the heart of your bed. Feel the weight of the day lift as you take a slow, deep breath in, and then gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to become heavy, and the noise of the world to fade into the distance. Leave behind whatever no longer needs your attention, and drift toward a calm and restful night. Now we begin our journey into the quiet and fascinating story of the fungi and the miraculous cycles that shape the very essence of our living world. Close your eyes and let your breath slow as we begin our journey into the hidden world of the fungi, those remarkable beings that are perhaps most recognizable in the forms we encounter on our dinner plates. Imagine the gentle sizzle of mushrooms in a pan, their earthy aroma rising like a soft mist in the kitchen, where they are sautéed in golden butter to delight the senses. Even the unseen yeasts work their quiet magic in the dark, transforming simple dough into warm bread, or turning sugars into the deep and rich notes of wine. Yet the story of these organisms stretches far beyond the walls of our kitchens, reaching into the very heart of the living world. These unassuming beings are busy at work in the fields of medicine, in the vast reaches of agriculture, and most essentially, as the patient and thorough cleanup crew of the natural world. Fungi serve as the great decomposers, the silent souls responsible for breaking down the old, the dead, and the decaying matter of the earth. Through this slow and sacred process of decomposition, they breathe life back into the soil by recycling precious nutrients back into the ecosystem. Much like the herbivores that graze upon the grass or the predators that roam the woods, these decomposers are truly heterotrophic in their nature. This means they must rely on organic materials as their singular source of energy, carbon, and the nutrients that sustain their existence. If they were to vanish, our beautiful planet would quickly become a silent warehouse, filled with biological leftovers, with no one left to clean away the debris, or to clear a path for the next beautiful act of life to begin. In addition to their culinary and ecological dance, fungi offer specialized gifts that have shaped the history of humanity. The tiny yeasts assist in the ancient and rhythmic art of fermentation, gently turning the juice of grapes into wine, and grain mash into the amber flow of beer. Meanwhile, in the quiet world of the laboratory, a compound secreted by a certain humble mold became a cornerstone of modern medicine. This is penicillin, a gift from the fungi, wielded with remarkable effect against bacterial infections to protect and heal. The very word fungus comes to us from the Latin term for mushroom, which is a fitting name for these masters of the earth. While many fungi produce mushrooms as their delicate reproductive structures, not all members of this kingdom are so easy to see. Many go about their quiet business invisibly, weaving through the soil without ever forming a mushroom at all. Like all eukaryotes, the cells of a fungus contain a true and sacred nucleus, along with a suite of membrane-bound organelles. These organisms are gathered together under the wide umbrella of the kingdom Fungi, also known by the formal and ancient title of Eumycota, or the true fungi. Though scientists have carefully catalogued around 100,000 species, they estimate that the true number of these beings may be closer to 1.5 million. Among their ranks are names we know well, such as the edible mushrooms, common yeast, black mold, and the Penicillium notatum that gave us the original source of penicillin. All are proud members of the fungi, who, in turn, reside within the grand and vast domain of Eukarya. Though they were once mistakenly grouped with the plants, the fungi are in truth more closely related to the animal kingdom. Unlike the plants that reach for the sun, fungi cannot photosynthesize, and they must depend on complex organic molecules for their energy and carbon. Their journey of life is varied, as some reproduce only in asexual ways, while others cycle through both asexual and sexual phases. They engage in a beautiful alternation of generations, moving through the cycles of existence with a quiet and steady rhythm. Most fungi generate an abundance of spores, which are haploid cells that can divide by mitosis to form multicellular haploid individuals. In this way, much like the bacteria, the fungi maintain their essential role in our environment. They recycle organic matter back into its elemental parts, ensuring that nothing, not even the finality of death, is ever allowed to go to waste. The cellular architecture of fungi is marked by a deep and intricate complexity, much like all the other eukaryotes. Each fungal cell is equipped with a membrane-bound nucleus, where the threads of DNA are neatly coiled around histone proteins in a familiar and orderly design. Some fungi also carry within them small loops of DNA known as plasmids, though the exchange of genes so common in bacteria is a rarity here. Deep within the fungal cell, one finds the mitochondria that power its life, along with the internal membranes that manage its daily logistics. The endoplasmic reticulum and the Golgi apparatus work in silence to maintain the cell, while chloroplasts and chlorophyll are notably absent from this ensemble. Instead of the green of plants, fungi often show us vibrant colors through other pigments that span the rainbow from red to green to black. The famously toxic Amanita muscaria, or the fly agaric, stands out in the forest with its bright red cap speckled with white. These pigments, which are embedded deep within the cell wall, are far more than just decorative touches from nature's brush. These vibrant shades offer a secret protection from the harsh kiss of ultraviolet radiation, and in some quiet corners of the woods, they come with a side of gentle toxicity to warn the world away. The fungal cell wall, much like the sturdy armor of plants, is thick and robust, yet its heart is made of something quite different. Here, the structural integrity of the cell is provided by chitin and glucans, which are complex polysaccharides that grant a peaceful rigidity to the organism. It is a curious and beautiful overlap of nature that chitin is also found in the exoskeletons of insects, forming a bridge between beings that otherwise could not be more different. This wall acts as a guardian, shielding the cell against the dry breath of dehydration and the hungry eyes of predation. Within this fortress, the plasma membrane resembles the delicate boundaries of other eukaryotes, though it carries a notable and unique substitution. While animals rely on cholesterol to keep their membrane steady, the fungi rely on ergosterol to maintain their inner stability. As a general rule of their existence, the fungi are a non-model, preferring to stay rooted in their chosen home. The only exception to this stillness is found in the primitive chytrids, whose tiny game teats produce flagella to dance through the water. Though we often imagine these beings thriving only in the moist and shaded shadows of the woodlands, they are far from limited to such emerald holes. Their ecological footprint is vast, stretching from the deep salt of the ocean to the soft surface of human skin. The chytrids prefer the cool embrace of aquatic habitats, while a fungus known as coccidioides immitis, which can cause a form of pneumonia, prospers in the arid and sandy soils of the American Southwest. Some species even find their home by parasitizing the ancient coral reefs beneath the waves of the sea. The damp and leaf-strewn forest floor remains their most familiar haunt, where the air is heavy with the scent of earth. In these rich layers of organic matter, fungi fulfill their essential role as decomposers and nutrient recyclers, supporting all other kingdoms of life by ensuring that nothing useful goes unused for long. Like the animals of the field, fungi are heterotrophs, which means they must rely on complex organic compounds to find their carbon out, rather than pulling it from the thin air like plants or certain bacteria. They gather their needs from the world around them. They do not engage in the business of nitrogen fixation, as they prefer to receive their nitrogen prepackaged from their surroundings. But unlike most animals, who politely ingest their food before the work of digestion begins, the fungi choose to flip the script entirely. They digest their meal first, and only then do they bring it inside. The fungi secrete powerful exoenzymes out through their hyphae, breaking down the nearby nutrients into a soft and absorbable form. Bake. Only once the food is sufficiently decomposed into tiny molecules do they draw it in through the extensive and reaching surface area of their mycelium. Like the animals, they store their precious carbohydrates as glycogen rather than the starch found in plants. Most fungi are saprobes, which are gentle organisms that dine upon the dead and specialize in extracting life from decaying organic matter. They are particularly fond of plant debris, using their enzymes to break down tough and insoluble materials such as cellulose and lignin into digestible glucose. As they perform this sacred task, they liberate carbon, nitrogen, and other elemental gifts back into the environment, making them crucial players in the cycling of nutrients. Their metabolic talents even position them as candidates for the healing work of bioremediation. Some fungi can degrade pollutants such as diesel oil and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, while others can quietly sequester heavy metals like cadmium and lead. Not all fungi are content with the quiet of dead matter, as some choose a parasitic path, infecting both plants and animals alike. Smut and Dutch elm disease may strike at the heart of plants, while on the human side, we see the presence of athlete's foot and the condition known as thrush. In environments where nitrogen is scarce, some fungi transform into clever predators to survive. Small round worms called nematodes are a common target for these hunters. Members of the genus Arthroboteres trap these tiny worms using structures like constricting rings that are hidden within their hyphal networks. When a wandering nematode touches a ring, it swells shut in an instant, locking the creature in place. The fungus then sends in specialized hyphae called haustoria to pierce the tissues of the worm, releasing digestive enzymes to absorb the resulting nutrients. These hastoria are a common tool of the parasitic fungi, as they are adept at breaching the tissues of a host to extract the sustenance they need. The entire body of a fungus, whether it consists of a single cell or a multicellular network, is known by the poetic name of a thallus. Some fungi are known as dimorphic beings, possessing the magical ability to switch between different forms, depending on the gentle whispers of their environment. The unicellular fungi are commonly known to us as the yeasts, those tiny and singular cells that live in the quiet corners of our world. We find Saccharomyces cerevisiae, the faithful yeast behind our daily bread and our evening beer, alongside the Candida species, which can cause the soft irritation of thrush. Within the microscopic view, Candida albicans resembles the small and round coccus-shaped bacteria in its outward appearance, but it is unmistakably eukaryotic, holding a defined and sacred nucleus within its walls. Multicellular fungi are perhaps more common in the wild tapestry of nature, exhibiting two main stages of life, known as the vegetative and the reproductive phases. The vegetative stage is a delicate mesh of fine filaments called hyphae, weaving through the earth like silver threads. A dense and reaching network of these filaments forms the mycelium, which might not look like much at a first glance, but it can grow to be truly immense. One spectacular specimen of Armillaria solidips, also known as the ancient honey mushroom, is perhaps the largest living organism on our Earth, sprawling across over 2,000 acres in the quiet woods of Oregon. It is estimated to be at least 2,400 years old, a silent witness to the passing of ages. In most of these fungal beings, the hyphae are segmented by tiny internal walls called septa, which are often perforated to allow for the slow movement of nutrients and molecules between the cells. However, in the humble bread molds which belong to the Zygomycota, the hyphae lack these septa altogether. These coenocytic hyphae are instead made up of continuous and flowing cells, containing multiple nuclei that share the same soft space. Fungi generally prefer the cradle of moist and slightly acidic habitats, and they remain flexible and unbothered by the presence or absence of light. Their needs for oxygen, however, vary with the rhythm of their species. Most are obligate aerobes, needing the breath of oxygen to survive, while others, like the chytrids found in the deep stomachs of cattle, are obligate anaerobes and would perish if exposed to the air. The yeasts split the difference as facultative anaerobes, thriving when oxygen is plentiful, but shifting to an anaerobic metabolism when the air grows scarce. In this state of quiet transformation, they produce alcohol, a feature that humanity has gratefully harnessed in the making of wine and beer. Fungi reproduce in two principal ways, through the dance of the sexual and the quiet repetition of the asexual dodi. Those known as the perfect fungi engage in both modes of life, while the imperfect fungi limit themselves to asexual reproduction, relying entirely on the precision of mitosis. In either case, the beautiful result is the production of spores, which are the fungal equivalent of dandelion fluff, or tiny backpackers designed for a long journey. They float softly on the wind or hitch rides on the backs of animals, being lighter and smaller than the heavy seeds of plants. Fungal spores are built for dispersal, like the giant puffball mushroom, which bursts open upon reaching its maturity to release trillions of spores into the waiting air. The sheer and staggering quantity of these spores increases the odds that at least a few will find themselves somewhere kind and conducive to new fungal growth. Asexual reproduction in these beings can occur through fragmentation or through the processes of budding and spore formation. In fragmentation, Small bits of the hyphae break off and grow into new and vibrant colonies. Yeasts, on the other hand, often reproduce by budding, where a small bulge forms on the parent cell, and the nucleus divides through mitosis until the bud finally detaches to start its own life. This is seen in histoplasma, a fungus that primarily seeks the lungs, but can spread more widely to cause histoplasmosis, a disease that can sometimes be fatal. The most prevalent method of asexual reproduction is through the formation of spores, which are clonal in their nature. These spores arise from a single parent through mitosis, and are genetically identical to the one who came before. They may form externally on the thallus, or be safely enclosed within a structure called a sporangium. These asexual spores vary in their form, such as the conidiospores that form at the tips or the sides of the hyphae, which may be single-celled or multicellular dotted. Other spores arise from the fragmentation of the hyphae, sometimes shielded by a protective wall, while some choose to bud directly off the parent. Sporangiospores, as their name suggests, are formed inside the protective embrace of a sporangium. Sexual reproduction, in contrast, introduces a beautiful genetic variation and often arises as a response to environmental stress. In this intricate process, the fungi produce two mating types to begin their next chapter. If both mating types occur within the same quiet mycelium, the being is termed homothalic or self-fertile, holding the spark of creation all on its own. If two different and compatible mycelia are required to meet in the dark earth, it is known as heterothalic, a patient journey of two souls finding one another. Though the ways of sexual reproduction vary widely among the fungi, they consistently move through three sacred and rhythmic stages. First comes plasmogamy, the gentle fusion of the cytoplasms of two haploid cells, resulting in a dikaryotic cell that contains two separate and quiet haploid nuclei. Next is karyogamy, in which these nuclei finally fuse into a single diploid zygote nucleus, becoming one at the very center of their being. Finally, meiosis occurs within the gametangia, generating gametes of different mating types and preparing the spirit for the next generation. The resulting spores are released into the soft embrace of the environment, ready to begin the cycle of life once more. The dispersal of these spores through the world of animals plays a vital role for many fungi, as they travel great distances via soft fur, wandering feet, or the warmth of a gut. Remarkably, many fungal spores can survive the long journey through an animal's digestive system, emerging unscathed and ready to germinate in the earth. Some fungi, those classified as the dung fungi, actually require this digestive detour to complete the circle of their life. Consider the black truffle, a culinary luxury that hides its beauty beneath the soil. It is the fruiting body of an underground ectomycorrhizal fungus, always found nestled near the roots of trees. Animals seek out and consume these truffles, and in doing so, they help to distribute the spores across the forest floor. In parts of Italy and France, female pigs are employed to locate these treasures, drawn to them by a compound that mimics the pheromone of a male pig. Nature, as always, has its own peculiar and wonderful strategies for survival. The kingdom fungi is organized into 5 primary phyla, each categorized according to its ancient method of sexual reproduction, or supported by the deep secrets of molecular data. Fungi that lack a known sexual cycle, though they are often unrelated to one another, are temporarily grouped into a 6th informal category known as a form, phylum Dithya. This classification is not without its whispers of controversy, as not all mycologists agree on its validity in the grand map of life. Developments in molecular biology, particularly in the sequencing of 18S RNA, continue to reshape our understanding of these fungal relationships. These 5 recognized phyla are the Chytridiomycota, the Zygomycota, the Ascomycota, the Basidiomycota, and the more recently identified Glomeromycota dot. The informal Deuteromycota group encompasses those fungi known only to reproduce through the quiet repetition of asexual means. In the language of science, the suffix mycota indicates a phylum, while mycete denotes a class, or is sometimes used loosely to refer to all members of a phylum. The only class within the Chytridiomycota is the Chytridiomycetes, those simple and ancient beings known as the chytrids. They are the simplest and most ancient of the true fungi, or Eumycota, with fossil evidence suggesting their appearance dates back over 500 million years to the late Precambrian era. Like other fungi, the chytrids possess cell walls made of chitin, though some also include the strength of cellulose in their design. Most chytrids are unicellular, though some develop multicellular forms in hyphae that lack internal septa, making them coenocytic in their structure. Their distinguishing feature is the production of motile gametes and diploid zoospores, which are equipped with a single flagellum to swim through the world. Ecologically, the chytrids resemble the protists in their habitat preferences and their simple cell structure. They are most commonly found in aquatic environments, though some brave species have adapted to a life on the land. Their lifestyle varies greatly, as some are parasitic, targeting plants, insects, or amphibians in the wild. Others are saprobes, feeding gently on dead organic matter to return it to the earth. Alomesis is a well-studied example, notable for its dual reproductive modes that produce both haploid and diploid flagellated zoospores within a sporangium. The members of the phylum Zygomycota form a relatively modest group, yet they include the familiar bread mold known as Rhizopus stolonifer. This is the fast-growing inhabitant of our breads, our fruits, and our vegetables, living its life as a saprobe, though a few of its relatives lead parasitic lives, especially upon the insects of the world. Some species of Rhizopus hold a secret commercial interest for their quiet role in producing the intermediates used in the synthesis of semi-synthetic steroids. Their vegetative bodies consist of coenocytic hyphae, where haploid nuclei drift together in a continuous flow of life. Asexually, they reproduce by generating sporangiospores, and those tiny black tips you often see on moldy bread are the swollen sporangia, filled with thousands of these spores. When these spores land in a kind and suitable environment, they germinate and stretch their threads to grow into a new and vibrant mycelium. Sexual reproduction is a path reserved for harsher times, when the world grows cold or dry and survival is uncertain. When two compatible mating types, labeled simply as plus and minus, come into contact, their hyphae form gametangia that reach out and fuse together. This leads to the sacred moment of karyogamy and the formation of zygospores, those resilient diploid structures encased in thick walls. These walls offer a strong protection from desiccation and other threats, allowing the fungus to stay dormant until the conditions of the world begin to improve. Eventually, the zygospore undergoes the transformation of meiosis and releases haploid spores, initiating a new cycle of growth in the earth. This process, known as conjugation, gives the Zygomycota their charming nickname, the conjugated fungi. The largest group of known fungi in the world falls under the vast phylum of Ascomycota, those masters of diversity. These fungi are distinguished by the ascus, a delicate sac-like structure that produces haploid ascospores within its embrace. Many members of this group are economically significant to our human lives, such as the yeasts used in the warmth of baking and the craft of brewing. Gourmet fungi, like the precious truffles and the earthy morels, belong here, as does the aspergillus oryzae used in the ancient production of sake. Yet, not all ascomycetes are beneficial to the garden of life, as some are parasitic, affecting both the plants and the animals that walk the earth. Fungal pneumonia is a serious concern for those with weakened immune systems, and certain ascomycetes do not only damage the crops we grow, but they also generate toxic secondary compounds. These toxins can render the harvest inedible, a silent defense from the fungal world. The filamentous ascomycetes have hyphae divided by perforated septa, which allow the life-giving cytoplasm to flow freely between the cells. However, the septa that isolate the conidia and the asci, the structures for asexual and sexual reproduction, are blocked and non-perforated to keep their work separate and safe. Asexual reproduction is a common rhythm in this group, typically involving the formation of conidiophores, which release haploid conidiospores into the wind. Sexual reproduction begins with the growth of specialized hyphae from one of two mating types, where the male type forms an antheridium and the female forms an ascogonium. These structures unite in the dance of plasmogamy, where their cytoplasms merge, while their nuclei remain separate for a time. From this union emerge ascogenous hyphae, carrying paired nuclei, one from each parent strain, moving together in harmony. Within each ascus, these nuclei eventually fuse during karyogamy, and thousands of these asci accumulate within a fruiting body called an ascocarp. The resulting diploid nuclei undergo meiosis to yield haploid ascospores, which are then released into the environment to germinate and produce new hyphae. Fungi belonging to the phylum Basidiomycota are easily identified under the microscope by their club-shaped reproductive structures, known as basidia. Each basidium forms at the swollen tip of a hypha and serves as the sacred site of spore production. These structures are typically found within mushrooms, those familiar fruiting bodies that appear like magic after a rainfall in meadows, on lawns, or in the aisles of grocery stores. One of the more whimsical phenomena associated with these fungi is the fairy ring, a circular growth of mushrooms that appears in the grasslands like a forgotten crown. The fungus Marasmius orydes is a classic example of this magic, as its underground mycelium expands outward in a circle, depleting nitrogen from the center and pushing toward richer soil. At the edge of this expansion, the ring of fruiting bodies appears, standing tall in the fresh grass. Many basidiomycetes are nicknamed the gill fungi due to the presence of delicate gill-like formations under the mushroom cap. These are compact layers of hyphae where the basidia develop, tucked away from the world until they are ready to release their spores. This beautiful group also includes the shelving fungi, which cling like ancient brackets to the bark of trees, as well as the quiet plant pathogens known as smuts and rusts, and the classic toadstools that stand as silent guardians of the forest floor. While many of our most beloved edible mushrooms fall under this vast phylum, some members, such as the mysterious Cryptococcus neoformans, are pathogenic in nature and can cause serious respiratory infections in the lungs. The life cycle of the basidiomycetes is a slow dance that includes a clear alternation of generations, and unlike some other fungi, these beings generally choose to reproduce sexually rather than through asexual means. The basidium is the focal point of their sexual reproduction, a sacred space where the nuclei from two different mating types fuse in the union of karyogamy, forming a diploid zygote that eventually undergoes meiosis to produce haploid basidiospores. These tiny spores drift away to germinate and produce monokaryotic hyphae, which are collectively referred to as the primary mycelium, living quietly beneath the soil. When two compatible primary mycelia meet in the dark earth, they fuse together, resulting in a dikaryotic secondary mycelium, which is a long-lasting and patient phase in the life cycle of this group. Eventually, this secondary mycelium gives rise to a fruiting body, the basidiocarp, which is the structure we know so well as the mushroom, bearing its basidia upon its delicate gills. The glomeromycota is a more recently delineated phylum, consisting of around 230 known species that form intimate and gentle symbiotic relationships with the roots of plants. These fungi are all obligate partners in the formation of arbuscular mycorrhiza, where they engage in a mutualistic exchange of life-giving resources. In this beautiful partnership, the plants provide the fungi with carbohydrates, and in return, the fungi enhance the plant's nutrient uptake by delivering minerals gathered from the deep soil. Fossil evidence supports a long and shared coevolutionary history between these fungi and the first land plants, showing a friendship that has lasted for ages. Members of the glomeromycota do not engage in sexual reproduction and cannot survive without the embrace of a host plant, yet they share the coenocytic hyphae seen in zygomorphites. Even though they do not form zygospores, genetic data supports their classification as a monophyletic group, descending together from a common ancestor in the ancient past. Lastly, we find the deuteromycota, or the imperfect fungi, which represent a form phylum comprising those fungi with no observed sexual phase in their lives. As a polyphyletic collection, its members are more genetically aligned with fungi in other true phyla, particularly the Ascomycota, than they are with each other. The defining feature of this group is the lack of sexual reproduction, a mystery that complicates their classification in the eyes of science. These fungi primarily inhabit the terrestrial environments of our world, with a few aquatic exceptions, and they often form the fuzzy, visible mycelia that we colloquially refer to as mold. Molecular studies have already begun to reassign some species, such as certain strains of Aspergillus, to the phylum Ascomycota as we learn more about their secrets. Imperfect fungi reproduce solely by sexual means, typically producing cnidiospores, though occasionally the hyphae from different strains may recombine to form heterokaryotic structures. Despite their lack of a traditional sexual cycle, genetic recombination does still occur among their nuclei, keeping their lineage vibrant. These fungi are far from obscure, as they play crucial roles in various aspects of our human life and the food industry. They are responsible for the distinctive flavors and the creamy textures of world-renowned cheeses, like Roquefort and Camembert, which delight the palate. The life-saving antibiotic penicillin owes its discovery to a penicillium fungus, found inhibiting bacterial growth in a forgotten petri dish many years ago. However, their effects are not always beneficial, as many imperfect fungi cause diseases, either directly by infection or indirectly through the production of toxic compounds. A notable example is the genus Aspergillus, which produces aflatoxins, potent carcinogens that can contaminate our food supplies if we are not careful. Yet, the grand food web of our planet relies heavily on these decomposers, those patient organisms that break down dead matter to recycle essential nutrients back into the earth. Elements such as nitrogen and phosphorus, which are required in significant quantities for all biological processes, are often scarce in the environment. Fungi play a vital and sacred role by releasing these elements from organic debris, making them accessible once more to every other living organism, and ensuring the endless cycle of life continues its quiet, steady breath. Even those trace elements present in only minute and quiet quantities yet, so crucial for the dance of growth, would remain locked forever within the stillness of decaying matter, without the decomposing action of fungi and bacteria. The remarkable ability of fungi to degrade large and insoluble molecules stems from their unique and patient nutritional approach. Unlike the animals that wander the earth, fungi choose to digest their surroundings before they ingest them, releasing powerful exoenzymes into the cool air or keeping them bound to the cell wall. These enzymes act like tiny keys, dismantling complex compounds into smaller and transportable molecules that can be absorbed through the cell membrane. Because both the enzymes and the nutrient molecules require moisture to move effectively through the world. Fungal activity depends deeply on high environmental humidity. As the probes, these beings are essential to the health of every ecosystem, maintaining the sacred nutrient cycle for plants and animals alike. But their influence extends much further than the simple act of breaking things down. As fungi interact directly with other organisms in ways that are both beneficial and destructive, while they are often associated with the quiet spread of disease and the spoilage of our food, their ecological value is truly immense. They contribute significantly to human welfare by recycling the Earth's nutrients and by serving additional vital roles within our shared ecosystems. Some fungi act as animal pathogens that help to keep the populations of pests in check, maintaining the delicate balance of nature. These fungal pathogens tend to be highly specific to their insect hosts, posing no threat at all to other animals or the plants that grow nearby. Research into these fungal biopesticides has yielded promising results for our future, such as the fungus Bavaria bassiana, which is a biological control agent against the emerald ash borer. This fungal guardian has already been introduced in several states, including Michigan, Ohio, and West Virginia. To protect the ancient trees, fungi also form critical and lasting partnerships with the plants that reach for the sky. Through mycorrhizal associations, where fungi bond with plant roots, these bonds are foundational to the productivity of many ecosystems and the agricultural lands that feed us, with an overwhelming majority of grasses and trees depending on these partners. Between 80 and 90% of these plants rely on their fungal friends, and mycorrhizal inoculants are now commercially available to those who practice organic farming. On a more familiar and sensory note, many fungi eventually find their way onto our dinner plates to nourish our bodies. Mushrooms like the earthy morels, the savory sheet-cakes, the golden chanterelles, and the elusive truffles are all widely consumed and loved. Even the common meadow mushroom, Agaricus campestris, belongs to this group of culinary treasures that we gather from the earth. Cheeses such as the sharp Roquefort and the creamy Camembert owe their distinctive flavors and textures to the molds of the Penicillium genus Dictydi. These molds are often collected from natural environments, such as the cool and silent caves of Roquefort, where cheeses are stacked to attract the necessary fungal species. Fermentation, one of humanity's oldest and most mystical biotechnologies, also owes its great success to the presence of fungi. Yeasts gathered from the environment ferment simple sugars into carbon dioxide and alcohol under anaerobic conditions, a method used across cultures to produce beer and wine. Modern yeast strains are now regionally selected and made available to the world, a journey that began in the 1850s. It was then that Louis Pasteur developed a reliable strain of Saccharomyces cerevisiae for the breweries of France, marking an early and significant milestone in the field of biotechnology. Fungi also produce secondary metabolites of substantial commercial value to our modern world, synthesizing antibiotics in their natural environments to limit their bacterial competitors. This natural defense has yielded medicinal compounds such as penicillin and cephalosporins, which have saved countless lives. Other fungal derivatives include cyclosporine, which suppresses the immune response in those who receive transplants, and precursors for the production of steroid hormones. They even provide ergot alkaloids, which are used in medicine to control bleeding and protect the health of mothers. Certain fungi, including the psilocybe semilancata and the Gymnopolis junoneus, produce psilocybin, a hallucinogenic compound used in cultural rituals for many millennia. Finally, the biological simplicity of fungi and their eukaryotic nature make them the ideal model organisms for our scientific research. As we end our journey through this hidden kingdom, we see that they are the quiet architects of life, weaving the beginning and the end into a single beautiful and continuous flow. The red mold known as Neurospora crassa has played a key role in our genetic discoveries, much like a silent mentor in the laboratory. Similarly, many genes identified within the humble Saccharomyces cerevisiae have served as entry points for understanding their human counterparts, bridging the gap between our worlds. Because yeast cells, much like our own human cells, possess internal membranes and enzymes that manage the processing and export of proteins, they outperform simpler organisms in recombinant DNA experiments. Yet, like the tiny bacteria, yeasts grow quickly and are easy to manipulate genetically, thriving in the care of a laboratory culture and making them indispensable tools in the field of molecular biology. Symbiosis refers to the deep ecological interaction between two organisms that live in a close and steady association, a term that remains neutral regardless of benefit or harm. When both organisms benefit from this union, the relationship is known as mutualistic, and fungi are expert participants in these associations with cyanobacteria, algae, plants, and animals alike. Among the most prominent of these fungal partnerships are the mycorrhizae, named from the Greek words for fungus and root, representing the ancient alliance between vascular plant roots and their fungal partners. Between 80 and 90% of all plant species on our green earth have such fungal collaborators to help them thrive. In this gentle exchange, the fungal mycelia extend their network deep into the soil, vastly increasing the plant's access to water and the minerals it craves. In return, the fungus receives the sweet carbohydrates produced through the plant's photosynthesis, a fair trade beneath the forest floor. Mycorrhizae come in several forms, such as the ectomycorrhiza or outside mycorrhiza, which form a protective sheath or mantle around the plant's roots. A network of hyphae known as the Hartig net penetrates between the root cells but never enters into them, often involving partners from the ascomycetes, basidiomycetes, or zygomycetes. Another type, known as the arbuscular mycorrhiza or endomycorrhiza, involve the glomeromycete fungi that form tree-like structures called arbuscules within the root cells. These delicate structures are the primary site of metabolic exchange, where life-giving resources are shared in secret. Orchids present a special and beautiful case, as they are epiphytes with seeds that are poor in nutrients, relying entirely on fungal partners to germinate. Usually, these are basidiomocetes that provide the necessary nutrients once the seed's own reserves are depleted. And in some species, this association continues through the plant's entire life. Another form of mutualism involves the fungal endophytes, which inhabit the tissues of plants without causing any disease or harm. These fungi often confer protective benefits by producing toxins that deter hungry herbivores, or by increasing the plant's resistance to environmental stress. They help their host survive microbial infections, long droughts, or the presence of toxic metals within the soil. The widespread presence of mycorrhizae suggests that these associations were pivotal in the evolution of plants as they moved onto the land. Primitive plants like the bryophytes, which lack true roots and rely on simple underground structures called rhizoids, show only partial or inconsistent associations with fungi. In contrast, vascular plants with root-like extensions had a competitive advantage, increasing their nutrient uptake through more effective fungal partnerships. Fossil evidence shows us that fungi were among the earliest terrestrial organisms, even preceding the plants themselves in the journey out of the sea. The earliest symbioses likely involved moss-like plants and endophytic fungi, leading eventually to the modern mycorrhizae found in roughly 90% of today's vascular plant species. The fungi involved in these ancient bonds are evolutionarily conservative, producing simple spores and avoiding the complexities of sexual reproduction. They are unable to survive independently of their plant hosts, bound forever to their green companions. Lichens represent another striking and hardy example of mutualism, colonizing some of the most inhospitable environments on our planet. D. They cling to barren rocks, old tombstones, rough tree bark, and the frozen expanse of the tundra, resisting the bite of desiccation. They revive quickly upon the return of moisture, consisting of a fungus and a photosynthetic partner, either an algae or a cyanobacterium, living as one algae. Alone, neither partner typically survives in the wild, but together they form a thallus where the fungal hyphae tenderly encase and protect the photosynthetic cells. In exchange for this sturdy shelter and access to precious minerals, the photosynthetic partner supplies the carbohydrates that sustain their shared life. Some cyanobacteria within this bond also fix atmospheric nitrogen, adding another quiet nutritional dimension to the partnership. The fungus anchors the lichen firmly to a surface and regulates the moisture and light exposure, acting as a gentle guardian for its tiny partner. Lichens grow with a profound and ancient patience, often moving only millimeters across a stone each year, and they reproduce using soredia, which are tiny clusters of algal cells wrapped in fungal threads. These soredia are dispersed by the gentle wind or the flow of water to establish new colonies in the far reaches of the world. Lichens are highly sensitive to the air we breathe, particularly to elevated levels of nitrogen and sulfur, making them silent and faithful bioindicators of the world's health. Beyond their ecological work, they serve practical roles as food for the reindeer and the caribou, as microhabitats for small invertebrates, and as a traditional source of colorful textile dyes used long before synthetic alternatives emerged. Fungi also form intricate mutualisms with various insects, where the arthropods, those members of the invertebrate world with their jointed limbs, rely on fungi for protection. The fungi in turn benefit from nutrients, the wide distribution of their spores through the forest. In one quiet example, the Basidium mycete fungi associate with scale insects, forming a fungal mycelium that blankets and protects the insect colonies. These insects in turn divert nutrients from the parasitized plants to feed the fungus in a hidden cycle of exchange beneath the leaves. Another more elaborate partnership is found among the leaf-cutting ants in the lands of Central and South America. 2. These ants harvest green leaf fragments and build secret fungal gardens where the cultivated fungi digest the plant cellulose that the ants themselves cannot process. This release of sugars allows the fungi to grow and thrive, providing the ants with the nutrient-rich fungal tissue they need to survive. The ants also patrol their gardens with care, actively removing any competing fungal species to keep their crops pure. In this ancient system, the ants provide a continuous leaf supply and a controlled environment, while the fungi serve as the ants' primary food source. allowing both partners to flourish in their evolutionary pact. The survival of human societies has always depended on the ability to produce healthy crops in sufficient quantity, yet plant diseases have periodically devastated our agriculture and triggered widespread famine. Fungal pathogens are often the chief culprits, infecting plants and decaying their tissues until the host finally passes away. Even when not outright destroying the crops, fungi can contaminate them with potent toxins that render the produce inedible to those who seek it. Fungi are also responsible for the quiet spoilage of food during its storage, working as a silent thief in the dark of the granary. A particularly dramatic example is Claviceps purpurea, the fungus behind the ergot disease in cereal crops, especially the rye. While the crop yield itself suffers, the greater danger comes from the alkaloid toxins produced by the ergot within the grain. These affect both humans and animals, causing the condition known as ergotism, which is marked by convulsions, hallucinations, and the darkness of gangrene. For the dairy farmers of the world, this can lead to the loss of milk production in cattle, disrupting the simple and essential rhythms of the farm body. The main active compound, lysergic acid, also happens to be the chemical precursor to the substance known as LSD. Other fungal threats to agriculture include the smuts, the rusts, and the various mildews, all of which can decimate crops without much ceremony. Then there are the aflatoxins, those toxic and carcinogenic compounds produced by the fungi in the Aspergillus genus Daedalus. Crops such as nuts and grains can become contaminated by these invisible threats, leading to large-scale recalls, food shortages, and financial hardships in the developing regions of our world. Fungi do not stop with the plants, as they also cause harm to animals and humans in a number of unpleasant ways. A fungal disease known as a mycosis involves direct infection and tissue damage, as the fungi invade by colonizing and destroying the living tissues of the host. Another threat to the quiet order of the world is mycotoxicosis, which is the poisoning of living organisms through the ingestion of fungal toxins hidden within contaminated food. Then there is the danger of mycetismus, which involves the direct consumption of toxic mushrooms gathered from the wild by those who do not know their secrets. Beyond these physical burdens, individuals who are sensitive to mold spores may develop severe allergic responses as their bodies react to the unseen dust in the air. Treating these fungal infections is particularly difficult for our healers, because unlike the simple bacteria, the fungi are eukaryotes just like us. This deep biological similarity makes it hard to design drugs that can kill the fungi without also harming the host they inhabit, a challenge that requires great care. Antibiotics work well against the prokaryotic bacteria of the world, but antifungal medications must tread more carefully through the delicate garden of our bodies. Many fungal infections choose to remain on the surface of the body, and these superficial infections, known as cutaneous mycoses, can be alarmingly disruptive to one's peace. A current and heavy ecological concern is the decline in global frog populations, likely caused by the chytrid fungus Batrachochytrium dendrobatidis, which invades the skin of the frog and interferes with their vital ability to breathe through it. Similarly, over 1 million bats in the United States have passed away from white nose syndrome, which manifests as a ghostly white ring around their mouths. The culprit behind this tragedy is Pseudogymnoascus destructans, a fungus that thrives in the cold and spreads its spores in the dark caves where bats hibernate together. Researchers are actively studying how this fungus spreads, how it causes such damage, and how it might finally be stopped to save these creatures of the night. The fungi responsible for the superficial infections of our epidermis, hair, and nails rarely seek to invade the deeper tissues of the body. They are often misleadingly called dermatophytes, from the ancient Greek words for skin plants, though we know that fungi are definitively not plants. These infections, known colloquially as ringworm, leave red and circular marks upon the skin like a silent signature of their presence. They work by secreting enzymes that digest keratin, the tough and protective protein found in our skin, our hair, and our nails. This group of conditions includes the familiar athlete's foot and jock itch, which are annoying to endure, but usually resolved with over-the-counter antifungal creams. Stubborn cases may require the strength of oral medication to find relief from the itch and the sting. Systemic mycoses, by contrast, are far more serious as they reach the internal organs, usually by way of inhalation through the breath. For instance, coccidioidomycosis, commonly called valley fever, is endemic to the dusty and sun-drenched regions of the southwestern United States. Once inhaled, the fungal spores lodge deep within the lungs and produce symptoms that are similar to the exhaustion of tuberculosis. Another example is histoplasmosis, caused by Histoplasma capsulatum, which is a dimorphic fungus that primarily causes respiratory issues. They die dirty. In rare and difficult cases, it can even inflame the protective membranes of the brain and the spinal cord. These conditions typically require the help of antifungal drugs, which unfortunately tend to come with harsh side effects for the patient. Opportunistic mycoses are caused by fungi that are commonly present in the environment, or even as a part of our own natural microbiota. These infections usually strike when the immune system is compromised and the body's defenses are low. For example, patients with advanced IDS are particularly vulnerable to these unseen invaders. The yeast candida, which is ordinarily a harmless and quiet resident of the body, can grow unchecked if the internal conditions shift. If the pH changes, or the immune defenses drop, or if the competing bacteria are killed off by medicine, the candida may flourish. The result may be infections such as vaginal candidiasis, or the soft white patches of oral thrush. Mycetismus once again deserves a special mention, as poisoning from eating wild mushrooms causes numerous fatalities each year during the foraging season. The difficulty lies in the uncanny and treacherous resemblance between some edible mushrooms and their highly toxic cousins. Hence, we remember the time-worn but wise observation that there are bold mushroom pickers and old mushroom pickers, but rarely are there both. Fungal infections can be treated, and antifungal medications often save lives, yet the fungi have begun to fight back. Some strains no longer respond to these treatments, a phenomenon known as antifungal resistance, as the ancient dance between medicine and nature continues. One major concern for the quiet safety of our hospitals is the rise of invasive infections caused by Candida species, those resilient beings that no longer succumb to the standard medications of our time. While antibiotic resistance in bacteria has become a household term, the phenomenon of antifungal resistance remains less widely understood, despite its growing and heavy public health implications. Invasive fungal infections are not only widespread in healthcare settings, but they also come with a heavy price, both in the loss of human lives and the weight of the economic burden they leave behind. Among these, Candida takes center stage as the leading cause of healthcare-associated bloodstream infections in the United States, a silent traveler through the halls of healing. Each episode of candidemia, as this infection is called, adds an estimated 3 to 13 days to a hospital stay and racks up anywhere between $6,000 and $29,000 in extra healthcare costs. This makes the fungus a quite expensive and unwanted guest in the room of a patient. The situation becomes more concerning when one considers the growing resistance of certain Candida strains to the commonly used antifungal treatments that we rely upon. First-line medications like fluconazole are seeing a diminishing efficacy, with about 7% of all Candida bloodstream isolates showing a stubborn resistance to its touch. Most of these resistant isolates belong to the species Candida glabrata, a name that echoes with a particular challenge for modern medicine. Dr. Owen, for many years, this rate has remained relatively stable, but the same cannot be said for the resistance to echinocandins, those antifungal agents that include anidulafungin, caspofungin, and micafungin. Among the isolates of Candida glabrata, echinocandin resistance has nearly doubled from 4% in the year 2008 to 8% in 2014. This is especially worrisome given that echinocandins are often the go-to treatment for infections caused by this already fluconazole-resistant species. The pairing of high fluconazole resistance and rising echinocandin resistance in Candida glabrata creates a daunting clinical challenge for the healers of our world. Infections caused by these multi-drug-resistant strains leave clinicians with very few therapeutic options, most of which are costly and come with significant toxicity. This is particularly problematic in patients who are already seriously ill and whose bodies are already weary from the fight. Unsurprisingly, research has shown that patients infected with drug-resistant Candida have poorer outcomes compared to those whose infections remain susceptible to the available antifungal drugs. Although resistance is still relatively uncommon, the concern is not unwarranted, for if the current trends continue, we may find ourselves increasingly short of effective treatment options. Resistance can be innate, where some fungi are naturally immune to certain drugs, or it can be acquired, typically due to the poor prescribing practices of RA. Low dosages, incomplete treatment courses, and inappropriate use all contribute to this growing problem. In the shadows, there is also evidence that antibacterial drugs may be complicit, altering the gut microbiota in ways that promote fungal overgrowth, particularly of the Candida species. It remains unclear whether curbing the use of all antimicrobials would reduce fungal infections. But one thing is certain: the judicious use of antifungal and antibacterial medications is central to the fight against resistance. Addressing antifungal resistance, particularly in Candida, is a shared responsibility among all who dwell in the world of health. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or the CDC, plays its part by tracking resistance trends through surveillance programs, confirming species, and testing isolates for drug susceptibility. They also apply the magic of genetic sequencing and develop new lab tests to identify the mutations linked to this resistance. Hospitals have their own vital role to play in this quiet war against the unseen. Executives and infection control staff are encouraged to evaluate antifungal use as part of antibiotic stewardship programs and to enforce hand hygiene, catheter use protocols, and environmental controls. Doctors and clinicians are advised to prescribe antifungals responsibly, documenting every prescription thoroughly and staying informed about local resistance patterns. They are the champions of initiatives aimed at improving prescribing practices, all while adhering to the essential infection control measures with every patient interaction, ensuring the cycle of life remains protected. Even the patient resting in the hospital bed has a vital role in this quiet dance of safety, for they are urged to ensure that anyone entering their room washes their hands in the spirit of healing. If a catheter is in use, it is wise to ask daily whether its presence is still necessary, for a simple question can go a long way in the art of infection prevention. Humans are, if nothing else, an inventive species, finding a purpose for nearly everything we encounter in the natural world. even when that purpose is not entirely beneficial. Fungi, in particular, have served us well across the turning ages, though our shared history has not been without its few and dusty misadventures. Fungi have been collected and consumed by our ancestors for millennia, and in our modern lives, they are hard to avoid, even during something as simple as going out for a quiet dinner. Whether it is the soft blue mold in your cheese or the invisible yeast in your pizza dough, the fungi are a quiet and constant presence at our table. The wide range of edible mushrooms includes both the farmed varieties and those foraged from the wild shadows of the woods. Agaricus bisporus, the most commonly cultivated mushroom in the West, goes by many names as it moves through its life. Known as the button mushroom when young, and the portobello when it reaches its full maturity. These versatile fungi make regular appearances in everything from warm soups to fresh salads, bringing a taste of the earth to our meals. Asian mushrooms have also made their long way into Western kitchens, where straw mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, shiitakes, and the delicate inukitake are becoming increasingly common in our grocery aisles. For the more adventurous palate, the wild fungi hold a particular and ancient allure, where gourmet markets place a high premium on milk mushrooms, morels, and the golden chanterelles. The elusive truffles, the dark black trumpets, and the revered porcini, also known as the king bolete, are typically gathered by hand from the forest floor. These treasures find their way into fine dining establishments and spark many fervent culinary debates among those who love the taste of the wild. Cheese lovers owe much of their joy to the fungi, for certain cheeses owe their distinctive flavors and creamy textures to the deliberate addition of fungal cultures. Dilton and Roquefort, for example, are the products of Penicillium roqueforti, a gentle mold that creates the characteristic blue veins we see within her. These molds are non-toxic and perfectly safe for our consumption, though we must remember that improper storage can invite unwelcome fungi and the risk of toxins. Cheese must be aged with precision and a watchful eye, for the balance between flavor and safety is a delicate one. Yeast, and specifically the species Saccharomyces cerevisiae, is the unsung hero behind our bread, our pizza crusts, and the soft dough of our dumplings. It also plays a starring role in the ancient art of brewing the alcoholic beverages that have graced our tables for centuries. Other fungi join this fermentation chorus, such as Aspergillus oryzae, which is the key to making soy sauce, miso, and the rice wine known as sang, while Rhizopa species help us to create the fermented food known as tempeh. These fungi have been domesticated and carefully cultivated to perform their tasks without producing any harmful toxins. Unlike their less trustworthy relatives in the wild, these fungi are the reliable partners of our kitchens, even finding a place in meat substitutes like corn, which is derived from the fungus Fusarium venenatum. Beyond the warmth of the kitchen, the fungi are seen as true chemical powerhouses, producing secondary metabolites that have proven invaluable to the world of medicine. Penicillin and cephalosporins, two of the most significant antibiotics ever discovered, are gifts derived from the fungal kingdom. Cyclosporina, another remarkable fungal product, works to suppress the immune system to prevent the rejection of organ transplants, allowing life to continue where it might have faltered. Ergot alkaloids help our healers to control bleeding, and fungal precursors contribute to the synthesis of the steroid hormones that manage our health. Some fungi, such as Psilocybe simulansata, produce psilocybin, a hallucinogenic compound that has been used in rituals for thousands of years. By the early years of the 21st century, the fungi were directly involved in the development of more than half of the top 20 pharmaceutical products in our world. As we drift into a deep and peaceful rest, we can appreciate these silent architects who heal us, feed us, and connect the world in ways we are only beginning to understand. The story of modern medicine is forever intertwined with the fungal kingdom, as penicillin, cyclosporine A, and 2 anti-cholesterol statins were once among the 10 most lucrative drugs on the market, each generating over $1 billion annually for the health of humanity. Recent additions to our healing arsenal include caspofungin, an antifungal agent, and mycophenolate, which works to prevent tissue rejection in those who have received new organs. We also find rosuvastatin to lower cholesterol and ceftotorin, an antibiotic, both of which are gifts from the quiet laboratories of the fungi. In the world of science, fungi have served as ideal research organisms, leading us toward a deeper understanding of life itself. Neurospora crassa, the humble red mold, played a pivotal role in the early days of genetics, acting as a teacher for those who sought the secrets of DNA. Similarly, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, or baker's yeast, continues to be a favorite model organism in the laboratories of today. As a eukaryote, this yeast processes proteins in ways that mirror our own human cells, possessing the complex cellular machinery that simpler organisms like E. coli lack. Yeast grows with a gentle speed, is easy to manipulate genetically, and offers a practical stand-in for the more complex systems of molecular biology, helping us to decode the mysteries of our own existence. While most of us are familiar with the culinary and pharmaceutical roles of fungi, their potential as a source of biofuel is a more recent and exciting development in our history. Yeasts have long been used to produce ethanol, a fuel commonly blended with gasoline, especially in countries like Brazil, where filling up with ethanol is as normal as regular gasoline. A newer and more poetic concept is mycodiesel, a fungal biofuel that could one day power our world. Research has identified a species known as Hypoxylon notodosporium, a fungus that lives deep inside plants and produces cineol and various cyclohexane compounds. Both of these compounds are found in petroleum and volcanic gases. Yet cineole is particularly promising for our future. When mixed with gasoline in a ratio of 8:1, it yields a fuel with an octane rating of 95, outperforming the standard American gasoline we use today. Though we are still in the early stages of this discovery, the idea of using fungi to generate sustainable fuel could offer a beautiful and eco-friendly alternative to fossil fuels. The solution to our energy woes may be quietly growing in the ancient forests, or even in the humble compost bin in your own garden. Despite their long-standing use by humanity, the fungi were poorly understood until the light of the 20th century revealed their true nature. For a long time, they were misclassified as plants due to their stationary lifestyle and their similar morphology, with stem-like structures above the ground and root-like mycelia below. Their nutritional habits remained a mystery to the early observers, until the field of mycology, the study of fungal biology, changed everything we thought we knew. Fossil records suggest that fungi first emerged in the Precambrian era, roughly 450 million years ago, long before the first trees touched the sky. Today, molecular studies confirm that fungi are more closely related to animals than they are to plants, a surprising connection in the family of life. They are not a single evolutionary lineage, but a polyphyletic group made up of organisms that share certain characteristics, but not a common ancestry. It's a gentle reminder that appearances, even the simple and fungal ones we see in the woods, can be deceiving to the eye. We have reached the end of our journey through this hidden and magical kingdom, where the cycle of life and death is managed with such quiet grace. As we come to the end of our journey through the hidden and magical kingdom of the fungi, we reflect on their silent work as the great recyclers of our earth. They are the quiet architects who weave together the beginning and the ending, turning the fallen leaves into the breath of new life through their patient dance. From the ancient truffles hidden deep in the dark soil to the tiny yeasts that rise in the warmth of a kitchen, they remind us that everything is connected in a beautiful and endless cycle of existence. Now, let the details of their intricate lives and their scientific mysteries fade into a soft mist, as you find deep and settling comfort in the stillness of your own space. We thank you for spending these peaceful moments with us at the Sleepy Club, allowing your mind to wander through the shadows and the light of the fungal world before you drift away. May your rest be as deep as the roots of the ancient trees, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet peace of the forest floor where all life is nurtured in silence. Sleep now, dear traveler, and wake refreshed when the morning light finally finds its way back to you across the horizon.